or because we don't just want to. For instance, there are some foodstuffs that are in their boom period right now.
Yeah.
And before you know it, in a few months, they go into scarcity.
Yeah.
Why do you think this have to keep happening again and again and again and again and again?
So aside storage, one of the things that science has also helped us to do is see how we can innovate some of these foods. That's why I may not be a full disciple of GMOs, that's genetically modified foods, but essentially some of them has helped to counter some of these issues that we usually have in terms of storage and lasting foods and foods that can go out of season and what you can do, and those that are resistant to pests and all those kind of things. So if we see how we can marry agriculture traditionally as we know it with the new science that is here. Not all science is bad.
Yeah.
God has given us the intellect to be able to think for ourselves and solve some of our problems. So if we can see the ones that are still healthy and can help us solve our problems that we always see, especially here in Africa, where things like storage and seasonal foods are common, then we shouldn't be throwing away, as I say, baby the bathwater. You understand? Yeah. See how we can marry science and tradition together, and so we can get better yield and sustainability as well.
And with the advent of modern technologies, farming has become, it's supposed to have become much more easier than the way our parents did farming back in the days.
Yeah.
Although some of these methods of farming these days are really not cheap to come by, but then.
It's a necessity. I still love to till the ground manually. If you give me a machine, I'll probably struggle. But I still love to. There's this joy you get when by yourself you dug the ground, you put something inside, and then you watch it germinate, and then you nurture it, and then it starts to fruit. I'm so sorry. Even if you bring a machine, I'll still want to.
No, but that's actually. I think you're talking about subsistence farming.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
And if we're looking at the future of Africa, right now, we cannot go with cutlasses and hoes.
We don't use as side hustle now. Of course, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, mechanized farming is something that helps with better yield. You can get more hectares of land, and of course to cultivate and stuff. But as I say, we are not going to throw away everything that we know. Many of us are used to it. I know an elderly woman should be like 71, 72 today. Yeah. She will still rather take her hoe to the farm. If bring the latest of modern technology, she will still want to go to the farm to till the ground.
Yes.
Yeah. But of course, we know we need it. It will help our farming in Africa be better.
Yes. Food is life, but in Africa it is also the future. With millions to feed and challenges ahead, how do we secure food for tomorrow? The answer is creativity. From the way we farm to the way we eat, Africans are using innovation to turn today's farm into tomorrow's food security. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we have an amazing guest in the studio to help unpack this robust topic. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. cashew tree flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. Today on the show, we'll be exploring from farm to the future, creativity for food security in Africa. And to help us break it down is Dr. Oladeji Olatuji. He is a lecturer at the Lagos State University, a filmmaker and agripreneur. He is also the founder of Firefly Innovations, an agro-based enterprise creating sustainable, value-added food products. His career spans academia, media, and agribusiness, reflecting a rare ability to connect knowledge, creativity, and practice. In the classroom, he fosters critical thinking and innovation through film. He tells stories of culture and social change. And through Firefly Innovations, he builds scalable solutions from local agricultural resources. Hello, Dr. Oladeji. I'm actually trying not to bother the name. You know what I'm Oladeji. Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
How are you this morning?
I'm all right, I'm great.
How was getting to the studio?
No, beautiful. You know, just driving through the city of Lagos is beautiful.
Oh, all right. Okay, so looking at the topic from farm to the future,
Hmm.
can you break it down to the understanding of the layman? on the street in Nigeria?
Okay, so first, thank you for having me here. You know, while you're reading up this my accolades, I felt, you know, strange. I still don't get used to people giving all of these titles. From farm to the future, we need a lot. A lot needs to be done. We need to change the narrative, you know, so that the youths, they don't see the agribusiness as something for the old. You know, they don't see it as a dirty job. Because if we are not careful, we won't be able to feed ourselves as a nation.
Yes.
And that is where we start, you know, that is where problem is going to actually start. So we need to start getting more people to get their hands dirty, you know, with bad things, but, you know, let them go actually to the farm and work. Yeah. Because I've noticed that even when I go to the farm, villagers are usually shocked when they get to know my educational qualification and know what I do and realize that, okay, this kind of person is on the farm, you know, packing cassava and all of that. Yeah. And you see villagers, you know, real young people there, they rather want to do Okada business and don't want to do all of this. They feel it's dirty.
Yes.
You understand? So going to the future, we need to actually change the narrative, and film has a lot to do. You need to use film to actually achieve this, you know, push out messages to encourage the youth to actually get into this.
Yeah, you know, agricultural business is something that is common here in Africa, but we find that this day that most youth don't want to go into that line. People feel, just as you rightly said, some persons feel that the agribusiness is, or farming, let's use the word farming, they feel it is for the poor. How do we change this mindset and encourage youth to understand the importance of agricultural business in Africa?
Okay, so I think it's one of the things that I'm trying to do. Normally, I'm one of the most unlikely people to actually end up, you know, on the farm. I posted several times. My vision for my life was just, you know, finish school, shoot videos, music videos, beautiful music videos, and I did a lot, you know, and just make my money and just enjoy like a superstar. But then I realized that if people like us don't tell these stories, don't let people know how important it is to actually get back to the farm, they won't. And if somehow we can show them that lifestyle that they want to live, and also let them know that they can actually get it through agriculture, then, you know, like I said, I was the most unlikely person to actually go to the farm, but I realized that people must eat. You know, when people complain and shout that the rich people are, you know, getting rich and all of that, and you discover that most of these industrialists actually capitalize on food. You understand? So there's a particular lifestyle that the youths have in their head, right? That there's a particular way they want to live. And if they can see that they can live that life through agriculture, then maybe we can achieve that. While coming to the studio, I was just talking to my assistant, and I was talking to him about, I showed him Olam Agri plants, and I just showed him that, do you know the value of this place? And he was like, okay, what's the value of Olam Agri? And I showed him over $4 billion. You understand? He was shocked. The driver was shocked too, that this is money, this is real money. You understand? And you wouldn't have expected that kind of, because it was like, this place that looks like this. I said, yes, that's money. So if they see that there is money in it, if they see that there's that life they want to live in it, that they have their chance of becoming the next Otedola or maybe Dangote, maybe they will go into it. But if they don't see, it's difficult for them to actually jump on this boat.
I was even going to, because your pedigree is already telling something that is enticing. So you do media, you teach, and many are doing farming. I don't think there's any other person that fits the whole narrative to help to shape, you understand, the future. Because just tell us how you want to marry, because these are three strong on their own areas. Now you are going to have to merge it. So you need to tell us the future. Please, how do you marry it?
Okay, so first, my first love, you know, was and is still media. Okay. You know, film production, photography, being able to create something. It gives me this small demigod power, right? that I can create something small, and people, it can either make people laugh or cry, right? And I can just sit back like, you know, those angry kids that just play with their toys, that yes, I feel so good, and if I can make people emotional and they start crying because of the crazy I just thought in my head. But then I when it came to teaching, normally I didn't want to actually teach because there's no money in teaching, in lecturing. No, there's no teachers. Teachers are some of the worst paid even in this country, you know. And I think it's even worse now that university lecturers actually are gradually earning lesser than even secondary school teachers. It's bad now. So, but then, how best can you touch these young ones, if not at their exit point, when they're actually going into the industry? And, you know, being a lecturer, I can easily actually touch their lives, influence them somehow, you know. So, film being my first love, right? Yes. Then lecturing, which is teaching, being my way of actually influencing or changing the future in the way I actually want it. You understand? You know, by creating or by influencing youth to become the kind of vision that I can see into the future, you know, like all the science fiction, right? You know, so then Agric, it's like a ministry for me, right? During the old lockdown, then towards the 2022, 2023, the economic, you know, tanked, and there were a lot of crises, japa, people ran away from the country. And, you know, people kept complaining about food, and I started asking myself, is it that it's difficult for us to actually plant? You know, and it just struck me that why not? I don't like complaining. I've said it several times. That maybe because growing up, my papa don't beat that part that could complain from my brain. So I don't know how to do it. So instead of complaining, I want to figure out how to solve problems. So, and for me, I realized that, okay, that why not actually plant this food, make it available, quality food, because I see a lot. I'm not a foodie. I don't really like food that much, but I know quality, right? And when I see that what you really have in town, most of the food that people get to eat are not good. That, okay, that can you provide all of these things, make them available at a very affordable price, while also using your film, so that use all the tools that I have, the magical powers that I have, right? Film, telling stories, then teaching to actually touch them, teach them away from even the theoretical parts. Like, let them see the possibilities. Let them see the life that they can actually, you know, live. Then also now use the agri, show them the opportunities both in media and also in agri. You know, and many of my students are doing very well now. You know, those that have graduated, I see them doing well in media. And now my vision now is all of us cannot go into media, right? If you cannot end up in the media, it doesn't matter if you have an agri background. You can look at the business parts. There are farmers that don't have money to actually cultivate. If you can actually get them the money, get them to farm, you provide jobs for them. Then also you provide food, which is what I'm doing. I'm learning a lot about agriculture now. I learn a lot, you know, from studies and research. But what I'm doing, I'm providing, you know, resources for those that can do it. You know, I supervise them. Then I ensure that they get funds constantly. They live, they have incomes regularly, that's the farmers, you know, then also provide cheap food. So that solves the problem for everybody.
Wow. No, I mean, I see the value chain, right? And it's, wait, hang on, because you're a doctor, right? You teach in schools, teach mass communication, essentially, I guess. And then it will take a bit of wrapping your head around what is a teacher doing in a farm. Now, what do you want to come and teach us when you are not an agricultural person? Like, you don't teach agriculture, right? You teach mass communication, and then you want to now come and tell us about farmers, about farming. How do you convince those people in the village? You don't understand. How do you convince them to know something that you know?
All right, so like the scripture said, that will people believe except they see? They won't, right? So when you see me there, you will not know. When I'm on the farm, I'm totally different. I can stay on the farm for 3-4 days without taking my bath. That's crazy. So I'm one of them when I'm there. And you don't have a choice because you've seen me on the field for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, you know, and you have seen how dedicated I am, to the crafts, right? To the occupation, to the job. You know, even when prices goes south, I am there. So it is a lot easier for them to believe me than even somebody in a classroom that is actually teaching this thing. I'm not teaching it. I'm practicing it.
Yes.
You know, it's what I do. You can see, you know, how I prepare the ground, how I plant. Recently when I was on the farm, you know, I was speaking with a particular old man, and I was talking about how the price of cassava dropped, and, you know, maize also. And I told the man that if I was not well prepared, maybe I would have actually abandoned it. You know, it is a lot easier for those on the farm, the real farmers, to actually sell at the rate they are selling, because they are using their own blood, their body, their energy. But for us, we are using money to do it. So when after speaking for like 30 minutes, the man looked at me and said, okay, you understand what you're saying? I said, yes, pardon me, my grandfather was the Bale Agbe. So I know a thing or two about farming before actually getting into this place. So they will believe as long as they see that you are not somebody that has this air of arrogance around him. Like you come, you are with them, you eat what they eat, you know, and you can feel their pain. And who wouldn't believe when they know that this person is solving problem and giving them money?
Yeah. Okay, so another major challenge facing farming in Nigeria is funds. Like you rightly said, some of these farmers want to actually go into farming, but for the lack of funds, they don't go into it. Now, my question is, when you started, how were you able to raise funds, enough funds to run the farming system?
Okay, money will always be a problem, you know, and it has always been like that, and it will keep being like that. It will remain like that forever. But money shouldn't be the reason why we shouldn't get things done.
Okay.
Money shouldn't be money shouldn't be. So when I was going to start going to agriculture, there was no money, because I had to shut down all my business enterprises for the job, for lecturing, and also because of my PhD. So I wasn't earning anything at all when I was going to start. But I know that I have built goodwill over the years. I'm this kind of person that would never call you if I am flat broke. I would never call you. So I've built goodwill over the years, and people have been following and they've seen my rise over the years. So I used that and I reached out to family and friends. Okay, so this is the idea, this is the vision. I want us to pull resources together and actually do this thing. For the first year, nobody responded. Nobody responded. And it was fine, you know, because I'm sure, just like you've asked, that this guy was or still is a filmmaker, then a lecturer, then you are going this way. He doesn't know what he's doing. So
doesn't add up.
You know, he doesn't add up. So nobody responded, and it was fine. We still went ahead. We did almost 10 acres of cassava farm without anybody's fund, right? But when they saw the results, then it changed. By the time we did the second year, we didn't get a lot, but you know, people reached out, and it showed that okay, we were making progress.
Yeah.
And we were able to use that fund plus whatever I had on ground to actually scale up. And by scaling up, it meant that we could now not just cultivate, but also add value. And which is where the problem is for many people going into agriculture. Your plants, fantastic. Like Yorubas would say, it's just the job of a farmer to plant. It's God that blesses it.
Sure.
Right? And even Bible says, Paul can sow, Apollo can water. Is God. Right? But your results, you cannot be 100% certain of the results. So last year, for instance, when cultivation started, cassava was about 12,000 naira per bag. Now, cassava is 8,000 naira per bag.
Okay.
So it means...
There's a 4,000 loss.
Yes. It used to be about 450,000 naira per ton. It's about 250,000 naira per ton now. So, but if you are not dedicated to it, you run away. But you should be able to find one or two people that you can. You don't need to start big. You don't need to have acres or hectares of farmland. If you can get somebody to give you 1 acre, you can do it. I think to rent 1 acre is about 40,000 naira to rent 1 acre. To actually consider. It's not that expensive. So if you don't have money, you should be able to use your energy, right? Then you can do the little you can, add value to it, then you sell. You may not be able to supply the whole of the country, but if you are able to supply the people in your neighborhood, you have tried. You have solved a problem for them, and you have also earned something.
Wow. Yes, you don't need to start big. If you have few people who believe in your dream, then you can start. You can actually start small. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, the doctor will still be telling us more on agricultural farming and the business side of it. Stay with us.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%. Driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop.
Yeah, welcome back, and this is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. And we're still talking about the future, from farming to the future, securing food security for Africa. And we still have Dr. Olatunji in the studio with us. Okay, so before the break, we were talking about some other things related to agro-business. So right now I want to ask, how can we tackle food wastage in Africa? At the beginning of the show, we said, I and Emmanuel said something, Africans are used to wastages. And before you know, when things are in their boom season, the next minute, the prices have skyrocketed. Just as you're saying now, cassava is at its lowest right now, and before you know it, it's up again. How can we tackle food wastages in Nigeria and in Africa at large? Okay,
so thank you. I had a conversation with a friend of mine, sometimes back, and we talked about, the different value chain in the agribusiness. Farmers may not have the resources to actually build storage facilities, but there are people that have the money that can build storage facilities that can keep these products safe. Now, those ones that have the resources should build. Farmers should take it to them. They store for the farmers, at very, manageable and reasonable rates, right? Government can do this also, but I usually think government has no business in business. Government is terrible in business. But government can empower. No, it's not. Even government says it. Government says it too, which is why you see them privatizing a lot of enterprises. But they can empower the private sector, through their regulatory bodies and all of that, to start building these facilities so that we store this food, for use when they are out of season. And I'm sure some people that are listening to us now that have the money, that have deep pockets, are already thinking about it. Set up these facilities in different areas, different geopolitical zones, where you see that you are close to the farm. Set it up, get them stored properly. Then during the off-season period, you can sell, and at the same time, maybe because government has actually given them discount or empower them, they can ensure that this food will be available at not so expensive rate. Then also, like I said, even if you don't have lots of money, even smaller industries or smaller bodies too can set up dehydrating plants. You get all these crops, tomatoes, peppers, instead of these crops wasting, you can actually start dehydrating them and storing them, so that when you don't have them again, you can still have, you may not be able to get fresh tomatoes, but you'll be able to still get something, a substitute.
In fact, I actually have a question on that, but Mr. Emmanuel has
mine is, look, I'm always looking at the business of everything. How can we just tap into the business of, because I know you've got a company that does agriculture, I think that Firefly Innovations. And one of the things that I heard you say, which was where I was coming from, is, can we go beyond just the raw food? Like, how do I take this cassava, for example, and that's all I produce? How can I add value to it that beyond just the cassava, there's something else I can trade, right? How can we do that? Because I see for Firefly, that's essentially what people do. Can we have that?
Okay, so ordinarily, we actually just wanted to just plant and sell to off-takers. That was the plan. Just cultivate, sell to off-takers, but we discovered that most of the scarcities that we have are created by off-takers, middlemen. They inflate the prices. Then by the time it gets to the people blame the farmers. That farmers are the ones making food expensive. No, not farmers. By now, I expect Gary prices to have actually crashed.
Exactly.
You just said cassava.
But it has just reduced by, I think it used to be about 3,500 naira per paint bucket. I think it's about 2,500 naira per paint bucket now.
I can confirm because I understand.
So I expect that it should have actually crashed a little bit further than that. Even maize. When they buy maize from the farm, I did maize and they were buying at 10,000 naira per bag. And when you get to the market, they sell at 45,000 naira per bag. So farmers are actually broke. The middlemen are rich. So if you as a farmer can figure out how to, which was what we did. So when we discovered that problem, we decided to actually start adding value to it. We process gari, lafun, semo. We were not selling, into the open markets. But we have family and friends, right? It's even part of people that actually invested in the farm. We supplied them this food, to ensure that they get it at very cheap rates. When it was selling for 3,000, we're selling at 2,200 naira, so that they can save something on it.
Yes,
you understand. So we need to figure out how to encourage people to start adding value. That's where the major work is. It is tough. it is very, very, very tough. Like my blood pressure spiked. It is tough.
Don't you think there is need for policies? Because you said that government is not needed in business, but when it comes to policy,
Yes,
you cannot take away
Yes, that's
the importance of government. Now, talking about policy, are there existing policies that are helping both farmers and traders?
Yes.
Because the disparity between what they're getting from the farm and what they're selling in the market is just too much.
So now, for government is doing its part. All right, so first, I wouldn't be here if not because of the policy of the government that encourage civil servants to actually go into agriculture.
Really?
Yes, there's that. In fact, I was telling someone that I'm supposed to be given special treatments. It's in the constitution.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are encouraged to actually own a farm. You are encouraged to actually go into agriculture.
Okay.
And so that you can help solve the food problem, right? That is one policy that is very good. My second policy is encouraging agri companies by giving them tax breaks.
Okay.
That's another policy. You know, but how many of us actually, and we have lots of policies like that, I cannot because of time, but how many of us are actually tapping into these opportunities? How many of us? You have lots of tax exemptions as an agri company, and how else do we expect government to actually
help again beyond that? Yes.
You understand? But you know, they can still do more. You know, like I said, they've done even in the registration of companies. If your company is an agribusiness, you are given certain privileges, incentives. And you know, I know a couple of you that have gotten grants from government.
Yes.
I have not. Maybe I'm not interested. Maybe I'm not applied. You understand? But I know a lot of people that are actually benefiting. But how many of us are actually really tapping into this?
I came across something NIPOST is doing, because I mean, since we're talking government policy, NIPOST, what we all know as just the postal service, they launched this new platform. It's called Nile. It's supposed to be for agri-business, for logistics.
Yes.
So it was supposed to be able to use NIPOST's network to move agricultural produce from farm, so I get to preserve it, and then, you know, time and all that. But I don't see this thing. When I saw it, it was 2 weeks later I saw it. The noise that they were supposed to make, so a lot of people tap into it, is not even there. Could that be also a problem of policy?
You know, okay, so, you know, the thing about media is good news doesn't fly. You know, it's bad news. You know, if they say that, okay, this policy is going to start collecting 1 naira from people.
It's to fly.
Yes. So, it's a very good policy, you know, very good initiative. If it's, you know, works the way we expect it to. Because for me now, my aim is to be able to deliver this to the consumer at the least possible price. The moment logistics comes into it, it becomes a problem. I get a lot of people that reach out that, okay, I want to buy 2, I want to buy 3. It's a problem for me. Because if I'm going to send 2 to you at Oshobo, and by the time I add logistics to it, it becomes a problem. Maybe not for you, but for me, because the aim is to actually deliver this thing at the least possible price.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So if NIPOST can do that, you take it from me, what I should pay 3,000 naira for, if I'm paying 1,000 naira for it, that's brilliant.
All right. Okay, in 1 minute, I just need you to tell us about Firefly innovation, because I can see some of the products of Firefly.
Yes.
So tell us about what we have here.
Okay, so Firefly Innovations, you know, as the name implies, it is an innovative company, and the reason why we created it is so that we can help solve all these noise problems about food. Let's see what we too can do. And you know, we cannot do it if we are not registered. There are certain things that we cannot do. You understand? Because, for instance, we cannot, you know, apply for, you know, grants and, you know, regulatory bodies. So what we have here is Milky Coconut Gari, you know, because we know that people are on the move, especially in the cosmopolitan cities like Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. So we've put together everything: coconuts, milk, sugar, everything that you may need. You know, you just need to you can chew it if you want, or you just pour water into it and, you know, just.
As it is.
Wow. So it is
ready to go meal.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so I know Mr. Emmanuel is actually.
I can't wait to eat it. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes. So want to say a very big thank you. There are so many questions we really want to ask you, Dr. Olatoye. Olatunji. Yes, I hope I got that right. Yeah, so it's also to a very big thank you, and we hope that when we call you next time, you will be available to come on the show.
Definitely.
Yes, this is still Just Africa, and we have been talking to Dr. Oladeji Olatunji. He is a lecturer at the University of Lagos State University, a filmmaker, and an entrepreneur, precisely agri-business. So we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we will be entering the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3. Get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom Scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah? I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6, Think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again. Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish stools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komalafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1. Pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprints. Sketch your project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finished varnished wax or paint to protect and beautify. That rustic table or wine rack, it just went from workshop to showroom. Let's move ahead. Step 4. Sell like a pro. Now the magic part is turning your craft into cash. Who is your customer? Young couples, urban decorators, cafe owners. They love custom, handmade, and unique. Use social media to showcase your work. Instagram, Pinterest, and all of that are gold mines for visibility. You can add pricing, yes, delivery info, and behind-the-scenes videos. Look, that's a great catch. You need to let people see your videos where you are doing your work uniquely. That's an addition and validation. Now, want more reach? Yes, attend fairs, pop-up shops.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore the bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and its place in the world. On September 11, 2001, the world changed forever. The attacks in the United States showed us that terrorism is not just a distant conflict. It can strike at the very heat or the hearts of societies, leaving scars that last for generations. But the years that followed also taught us something powerful: resilience. Families rebuilt, nations stood united, and new ideas emerged to protect the future. And today, as Africa faces its own battles against extremism, the lesson of 9/11 reminds us that defeating terrorism is not only about security, it's about strength, unity, and opportunity. And at the center of this fight are young people. In the second segment, we are looking at building resilient societies, youth, influence, and entrepreneurship against terrorism. Williams Yinze is joining us to unpack the robust topic. He is a freelancer, creative professional, and digital influencer from Abuja. He has demonstrated how young Africans can leverage skills, networks, and enterprise to drive social progress. His work reflects a model of youth leadership that thrives in resilience, adaptability, and community impact. Hello, Williams, if you're there.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Williams, and welcome to Just Africa.
Thank you very much.
Good just this afternoon. How is Abuja? I hope you're good over there.
Yeah, Abuja is good. It's raining heavily over here, but we are good.
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, we are looking at something that is affecting Africa seriously right now. That's terrorism. Looking at the topic at hand, how would you explain to the young one out there, the youth, that we have to stand together to fight against terrorism?
Yeah, as a young Nigerian professional, September 11 symbolizes a global turning point that has impacted my career prospects and personal security. The global war on terror, launched after September 9th, led to a massive increase in Western counterterrorism funding and military presence in Africa, including Nigeria. And for African youth, September 11 symbolizes a broader shift in international relations that has had both direct and indirect consequences for the continent. It has also helped to increase foreign intervention in Africa. Their donor countries prioritize aid to address poverty and conflicts as potential root causes of terrorism. In essence, while September 11th is a historical event for many young Nigerians, its legacy is very much a part of their present reality.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to ask, many discussions on terrorism, on security and military responses. How do you see youth entrepreneurship contributing to resilience in nation building?
Youth entrepreneurship contributes to resilience against terrorism by directly addressing root causes like unemployment, marginalization, and the feelings of injustice that radicalizing groups exploit. It also empowers young people to become agents of positive change within their communities. Because as we all know, an idle man is a devil's workshop. So yeah.
So I'm going to just chime in here. Williams, I see you've done a lot of freelance work. You've done freelancing before. And I mean, one of the ways to help checkmate, insecurity, which is essentially what terrorism is, information, right? How have you been able to, use what you have to check, insecurity around where you are?
I didn't get that your last sentence, sorry.
You done freelancing, and it's essentially information and how you pass on information and stuff. Now, one of the things that even the military will always want to depend on when they want to check insecurity is how much information that they have, right? But in your work as a freelancer, how has information helped, to help check insecurity around you?
Presently, we're in a digital era. And as such, there are several digital platforms that can be used. There's power in the internet right now. we can see how, just like yesterday now, there was something that was happening in what was this country, where you saw youths trying to like sorry, help me with the word you said, the country.
Nepal.
Nepal, that's the state, the country, yes, where the demonstration was going on.
Saw the way, and then we saw the way the youth came out, and then they were trying to like protest against the bad leadership. And this, we were able to see this by with the aid of social media, especially X, formerly known as Twitter. So let's talk about Nigeria now. There are different ways we can actually make the ministry to really know that, oh, there are some security challenges here. These days, we all saw what happened in 2020 during the NSAS with the help of social media. That was Instagram, Facebook. They were able to pass a message that this is the wrong that is happening in this part of the country. And the videos were also able to help in trashing such situations. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to ask now, knowing fully well that the youth are the people who are most vulnerable when it comes to terrorism, extremism, however I want to put it. What do you think we need to put out there to make it clear to those youths that yes, terrorism divides us and doesn't do anything good towards the future building of their lives?
So yeah, I feel like as Nigerians, what we need to do is we can create skill acquisition programs that could empower these youths for them to see the dangers that insecurity and the radicalization can cause and be like a mayhem even to their future.
What do you think? What do you think the problem is? Because many times governments bring out policies that either check terrorism or insecurity essentially, but sometimes when these news or information come out, many young people don't seem to understand what the issue is or what the government is trying to say. What do you think the problem is?
Then I feel like the problem is actually lack of proper information, lack of also proper communication. There are sometimes that the government only focuses on youths in the satellite towns, but then there are also youths in the rural areas that don't even get such information that the youths in the satellite towns, in the cities actually get. So there should be able to bridge a gap whereby from the federal level, the state level, and the local level, that is to say, the same information that is gotten at the federal level should go down even to the rural level or to the local level, so that what is happening up there can also be happening down here. There should be no discrimination or what have you, whereby those who are able to access this information at the federal level, that's at like the city centers, the satellite towns, and then those like at the villages, the rural areas, just because they're at the villages and then they won't be able to get it. So that is where it comes to through like to our leaders. Now let's say the presidents, the governors, House of Reps, and then even down to the grassroots politicians, that's the local government chairman. They should be able to know that okay, the same information that is being passed there, the same policies that the governments are making over there should also get down to those at the grassroots level. And that would actually help.
Okay, now talking about politicians and leaders, some critics argue that these leaders sometimes use the youths who are into these practices, who cause problems and who are ready to die for whatever cause it is. They use them as instruments for political gains, especially during election periods. How do you now merge both the leader who is using? Do you think they will be willing to let these young ones out of their grip?
Now, these days, have we noticed that there has been a shift with how this has been going on? Presently, now, there are so many youths that, with the emergence of digital platforms, with the emergence of being like a multi-hyphenate professionals, These days, you tend to see youths, both undergraduates, graduates, who can actually just sit at the comfort of their homes, even when they're in school, just for them to learn one or two things. For example, now, you can be a freelancer. You can be a freelancer, you can be like a producer, a screenwriter, even a DJ. You can even learn cryptocurrency. You can even learn how to trade cryptocurrency just for you to be busy. Now, imagine as a youth, you've gotten so busy, even without getting a job, like a federal government job or a private firm, you are now your own boss. And you are able to make money from various streams of income. Now, are you trying to tell me in 2027, when it's time for the general election, let's now say before, there are so many politicians that would need your services, like a group of people. Now, those group of people, the little change that you give to them during that election period for them to come and create conflicts, create chaos, all of that, just for the election to be ruined, or they call them like area boys and blah blah blah. The moment you start making your own money by either creating content, creating skits, screenwriters, even photographer, now you are now your own boss. Maybe in a week you make like 150K. And then you now look at it. How much was this politician giving to me when I will come and risk my life? Maybe 10,000, 5,000, lesser than that. It would help reduce the way those politicians were always running to you. And now, when you now learn this, there is a way you can even sell this out to some other group, some other of your friends who were also participating in the whole wrong when things were bad. And then they could key into it because they'll see it as if it can work for this my guy who was also doing this with me, then why don't I put my head down and learn this? So that is where freelancing has actually helped to reduce. It's not like it's going to go off totally, but at least we are getting there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Williams Nyize. Right now, we'll have to go on a very quick break, and when we return, this conversation will continue. I hope you'll still be there by the time we come back. Stay with us.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Yeah, welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. We'll get your comments. Please like, share, and comment, because we'll definitely read your comments as they drop. Yes, we're still talking to Williams on security in Africa. Williams, are you there?
Yeah, I'm very much here.
Right.
All right, so I just wanted, I know you've done a lot with your personal life, but I wanted to ask you a direct question, right? From your experience, right? Have you been able to use what you have, or or have you done anything that helped to take people's mind away from stress or insecurity, anything that might just lead to insecurity through your work?
I'm actually into e-commerce. Hello, are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
All right, I'm actually into e-commerce, and I am also an influencer. Now, I live in a community in Abuja known as Ushafa community in Bwari local government area, and at least I've been able to teach some area boys who were always, who were more like creating issues in the community, more like they were nuisance to themselves, touts and all of that. And in as much as they are uneducated, that is to say, they didn't go to school, I've been able to teach them how to influence. And some of them have been able to find their foot to at least earn a living. Now, what kind of influencing did I teach them? For example, me, I'm more like a lifestyle influencer. But I had to make them understand that there are different types of influencing jobs you could get. I was able to teach some of them that sometimes you can even find yourself in, maybe you go out because they go out. And all you just need to do is learn the ropes, of which I taught them. You are mobile, like you have a mobile phone, as long as you can get data, you don't even need to go very far. There are so many places around here. As long as you go, know how to, at least I was able to teach them how to make videos, take pictures, and all of that. Now, when you go, you seek for the manager's attention. You let him know that, oh, you just want to help market this place, make a video, and all of that. You're not charging them because they see it as okay. You could even bargain with the manager. The manager would easily tell you, oh, I'm not paying you. And then you're like, cool. You're using that to learn. Now, you make those videos, the videos come out well, you post it on your Instagram or any of your social media platform. As before you know it, you're getting views, you're getting engagements. And little by little, you start getting little gigs. Oh, maybe you're trying to run a promotion or an advert for a brand that is just coming up. And let's say they are telling you, oh, okay, we'll buy you data. It is a step in the right direction. Before you know it, your page is growing, your engagement is also booming. Sometimes and then a time will come, a brand is also now in your DM. Help me market my product or run a promotion for my product. I'll give you 5,000. You're getting there. And then before you know it, you're getting gigs that they are paying you 50K for just one post, for just two posts. And that is that. Then there are also mobile photographer, mobile photographers. Those ones, as long as you know how to snap, I taught them how to do that. There are events within where I live, either weddings, birthdays, child education, or what have you. They go there, they take pictures. And as long as you know how to take it, and then you show the person after you've taken those pictures that this is how it is, this is how it looks, they like it. They would even patronize you, who is a mobile photographer, than the normal photographer with the camera that takes and then takes a while. And maybe you took like 5 pictures for just one person. You might end up even getting like 3K for just 5 pictures. So that alone has been able to change their mindsets with how you can actually live in a community without being a tout or a hoodlum. So yes, that has been my contribution.
Okay. So, I mean, fantastic. Now, I see you've got like a pathway. You've got like a template that works, right? I want you to list some of the challenges that you faced, right, in this, because, I mean, it's not easy to go gather, especially young people who have, they used to call them youthful exuberance. They've got so much energy in them. Yeah. How are we able to tame that and then pass your message? What are the challenges that you've encountered along the way?
So the challenges I encounter along the way has been, let me speak for myself, has been you need to go the extra mile At some point, it feels like you have to use a stick to push a goat to drink water. Like even when you're giving them fish in their hands, it feels like you need to still hold their hands to put the fish inside of your mouth. So one of my challenges has always been you need to keep working. You need to keep reassuring them because today they could be calm in seeing your vision for them. They could see it as though you mean them well, and then maybe what you are teaching them, they've heard you. But tomorrow they go back to what they were doing. So you need to be focused. You don't need to give up because you actually want to achieve an aim. So one I would say stubbornness, lack of focus, um, the environment matters, and sometimes, yeah, sometimes religious barrier. Yeah.
Okay, I want to ask Williams, thank you for your insights so far, but I want to still ask, what does it really take to have a resilient society, to build a resilient society? What will it take the government? What will it take the individuals? What will it take NGOs to build a resilient society?
Okay. I feel like what it would take the government. Sorry, did you say to reduce?
No, to build a resilient society.
I feel like what it would take to build a resilient society would be about the government going into partnership with some young entrepreneurs, especially those that are goal driven. Because when you do that, it tends to contribute the resilience against terrorism by directly addressing the root causes, just as I said, the unemployment, the marginalization. Because there are some of these youths that feel like this policy that is being made, it is not for them. And need I remind you, like in the north here, some of the extremists, some of the fanatics would always feel like this policy is made for a particular either political group or a particular religion. But then I feel like there's a way the government can come up with an ideology or a policy that can help to combat that so that we are able to see ourselves as one and see it as this is for everybody. This is not just for a selected few. This is not just for this political group or this religion or this other. So I think that would actually help and go a long way in solving that.
Okay. Another thing I want to ask, unity, building unity, ensuring the young ones, the youth out there, they live in unity is a major factor that we need to talk about. For instance, we can say right now that, okay, yes, we want a society where the youths are doing well, where the youths are doing this, opportunities are created for them. But somehow, somewhere, we are still divided, just as you rightly said, that we need to create certain awareness. How do we communicate the importance of awareness to this young youth so that they can live in unity? Because when we are more concerned about what we get than what we give, self-interest comes first. People start to put themselves first and put the society or the interest of others behind. How do we achieve this oneness, this one goal to reduce terrorism, extremism in our society?
Okay, I would want to cite an example. For example, now I live in Abuja and I am also an indigene of FCT. And as you would know, people refer to Abuja as a no man's land. But then they are actually indigenes in FCT. So, but with the indigenes now, we've been able to see everybody who is residing in Abuja as one. There's no discrimination of oh, you people just came to reside here. We cannot see you people as our brothers or sister because we see it as long as we are all Nigerians, we should be one. We should see ourselves as being equal. There should be no a bit of favoritism or nepotism because truth is when all these factors start happening, that's the favoritism, nepotism, oh, this person is from my political group, from my tribal association, we're from the same religion, and blah, blah, blah. That is when disunity happens. And when that happens, the center cannot hold. When that happens, it gives room for disagreements, it gives room for hate and all of that. But then again, our leaders need to come into play. And this starts from both the presidency, the governors, House of Rep, senators, and all of that. Because at the end of it all, we all, as individuals, have a role to play. So imagine if we now in Abuja, we see each other as, oh, we are one and all of that. What if I go to another state and then I am being treated like a foreigner? It takes me aback because I feel like when I am in Abuja, I see everybody as one, but oh, I am in Lagos now. But then it feels like if I cannot speak Yoruba, then I am being kept one side. I don't get the kind of opportunity that, oh, the Yoruba speaking person can get. And then when you see it like that, it already creates a form of division. And then when division happens, it just ruins everything. So governments actually have a key role to play. Thank you.
I was going to leapfrog from whatever what you just was just said. Now you're talking about so much things that the young people can do, but I was going to ask the direct question: young persons, right? Are they ready for a resilient society? Do they know what it takes to have that? And what will be their role in a resilient society?
I feel like presently the youths are actually ready to take over because growing up we were always told, oh, we are the leaders of tomorrow and all of that, and then it feels like the tomorrow is not even coming close. And truth is, we I feel like we the youth are actually even trying to do things differently from the older ones. And as we all know, the youth we are more digital than the older ones who came before us. And with the help of digitalization, with the help of entrepreneurship coming into play, we can actually tackle these challenges if we are being given the total support. Because I like the fact that youth of this our generation, we do more of collaborations. We are being able to synergize. We don't see it as because I know how to do this thing. It's just like, for example, now there are so many good skit makers in Nigeria, but it is not just a particular skit maker that you see. For example, let's take Nas Boy as an example. Everybody just gets to see Nas Boy at front of the camera and all of that, but then it's always like a teamwork, and this is something they enjoy doing. So that is to say, we the youths, teamwork actually makes the dream work, and we are able to actually see the wrongs that our older ones were doing, and we can learn from that to achieve a certain goal, especially when we put it into use. Like in Abuja now, like this Tinubu-led government has actually helped to bring out some young, vibrant minds in Abuja who have taken the seat of leadership. There's so many, even aside even just Abuja, Nigeria as a whole, there's so many youths that Tinubu gave an appointment, and they've been doing so well. They've been doing so well, and we are so proud of them. So imagine if next tenure again, another president or maybe Tinubu again wins. There's still going to be a lot of youths who would take that role of leadership because the ones that they gave right now are actually doing so well, marvelously well. So imagine when the next 10 year again, there are so many youths in place. This would only pass a very positive message that the youths are actually ready.
All right, thank you very much. Do you think there is an existing policy or there is a policy that the government can make to reduce the rate of terrorism in Nigeria? Are there policies?
I'm not hearing you.
Okay, so I'm asking if there are policies that the government has made to reduce, which we know, yes, there are some that are existing, but certain policies that the youth can understand, the younger ones can understand, to reduce the rate of terrorism. And these policies don't have to be paper policy. They must be policies that should be implemented. What are those policies, or what are the policies you would suggest that the government should implement?
So I would suggest that there should be free education in every part of Nigeria, like especially at the rural area or at the rural areas. There should also be provision of better infrastructure. Also, the youths, there should be a way to checkmate. The reason why I'm emphasizing on the rural areas is now those youths who are actually like in the city centers or in towns, there are bodies that have been put in place that checks and make sure that, for example, now let's talk about the role of NDLEA, that their job is to make sure that illicit drugs are being, like, they prohibit illicit drugs. So that actually helps to checkmate those youth individuals in town or like the city centers who have been addicted to, let's say, drugs. At least some of them, when they are being, caught, they either take them to rehabs, all of that. But now let's now say, imagine some rural areas where they don't even know that there's an agency as NDLEA. So imagine when the NDLEA also have a lower body, maybe a local body, who can actually help to play the role of NDLA at the rural area. They help to reduce that. Because truth is, in the north particularly, most of these youths, the reason why they tend to do things that they are not even proud of, it is because when they take these illicit, cheap drugs, it actually affects their reasoning and then how they do things. They don't even, most times when they do all these things, they don't even see it like they're actually doing anything wrong. So that is that. Then the local governments, especially like the chairmen, the councillors, they need to come up with skill acquisition programs. They need to come up with like lectures that would, even if it means you're getting lecturers or you're getting tutors that would be teaching them in their languages or their dialects and all, as long as communication takes place, that would also help. Then I said skill acquisition, and then the skill acquisition should be after you've taught them, there should be a form of, let's say, remuneration or a certain sum of money that should be given to them so that they can be able to start up something after learning or acquiring such knowledge. So that even when they get back home, what they've been taught, they start learning it, they start doing it, even if it is, even if it is laundry, even so that like they are doing something. Because when they are doing something, they don't even have that time to go back to their former lifestyle, to go back to getting those.
Okay, so we're wrapping up, yeah. I just wanted to, I won't say throw you under the bus, but I wanted to put you in the spotlight again beyond what we're doing. If you were the president for one day, what would be your first line of action around what we've been talking about so far? What would be your first line of action?
If I'm the president for one day, my first line of action would be to tackle unemployment. Tackling unemployment, especially by making those that are actually unemployed to see the need for them to actually key into being an entrepreneur. Because entrepreneurship actually helps to reduce the number of youths that are unemployed. See, gone are the days when people would be done from school and then you're waiting for government job or a private job. But right now, even those that didn't go to school, it is not like I am saying it is a good thing not to go to school. No. But I'm saying even now, people that didn't go to school can actually earn a living at the comfort of their home. Remotely, you can be making money. And these days, social media has made it easy for people to know that I can actually be doing this and make money without me even knowing how to maybe read properly or write properly or have a certificate before I'm able to do this. So I would actually key into the unemployment area, and it should always be through entrepreneurship.
All right, thank you very much, Williams Yinzi. Thank you for your brilliant insights on what we've talked about, and I hope when we reach out to you next time, you'll be available to give us your time as well.
Thank you very much.
All right. What topics we've had today?
I knew why I had to get somebody young, because I wanted to see how young people think. Because look, if you say we are the future of the continent, right? How we think should be evaluated.
Yes.
Because you want to know what we're thinking about. You want to know what we will do. Because, for example, the resilient society that we want will not come. Somebody has to create it,
yes,
and then somebody has to sustain it. Creating it is one thing. Somebody has to maintain it to be sure, okay, it's viable in a couple of years. So when we see, oh, these are the people who are going to help to lead this same thought in that place, what are they thinking about now? I knew he was alluding to the Nepal story that everybody's following, and then I see it is led by young people. In fact, I think it was one 16 or 19-year-old boy that they said triggered the whole thing. And in my head, I'm like, wait a minute. When you remove these sets of politicians who you say is the problem of your country, who are you putting there? Are they ready to change the narrative, or they're just going to, you're just removing one cloth and wearing another? Africa, for example, because I see, he's also mentioned social media. Yes. A lot of social media conversations tell you that a lot of people don't even know what they are doing.
Yeah.
They just want, oh, let's just remove the current caucus. And then replace it with what exactly?
Yeah.
So we need to understand that, no, young people, yes, many of them have got ideas, many of them are brilliant, but they need to know what is going on now and understand it, because the consequences of today may not be felt today,
yes,
it will be felt tomorrow.
Well, yes, resilient societies are built when young people choose hope over fear, innovation over destruction, and unity over division. From using their influence to spread peace to building businesses that create jobs and dignity, they are proving that resilience is not just about recovering from tragedy, but about shaping a future where terror has no place. Many thanks to our guests today, Dr. Oladeji and Olatunji and Williams Nyeze, for their wonderful insight. And to you, our dear viewers, many thanks for watching. You do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Omevi Idolo. Until I come your way next time, keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Thank you very much.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies' income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved. And then, of course, patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so, the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and the representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience, as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue, and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint, from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services, no separate market. don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on batable good only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the recharge card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. The state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people are so that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL Fund, even before transferring everything to NEL Fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED Fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELCOM to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that needs to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no. If that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net, So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is measurement, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing a transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap. If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I find my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that we're making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue sharing of VAT, that the governors and regional rulers in the North, you are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Television. It's World News. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Federal government, Germany and European Union launch 18.3 million euros project to boost agriculture and jobs in Nigeria. CBN unveils Nigeria Payment System Vision 2028 to boost digital finance. Ghanaian government agrees to receive West African nationals deported from United States. Minister Peter Kyle says UK resumes long-stalled trade talks with China after 6 years. Anthony Joshua renews calls for Tyson Fury showdown as he confirms ring return plans. The federal government of Nigeria, in collaboration with Germany and the European Union, have launched the 18.3 million euros EU Vast Hard project to accelerate growth in the agricultural sector. The 4-year initiative, Agriculture Value Chain Facility, Transformative Agricultural Systems for Rural Economic Development, was officially unveiled on Wednesday and is designed to promote climate-smart farming, create jobs, and foster inclusive value chain development. Under the project, support will be directed at 4 high-potential value chains: cocoa, dairy, tomatoes, and ginger. These crops were chosen for their strong economic potential, ability to drive exports, and capacity to enhance rural livelihoods. Officials explained that the program would provide technical support to farmers, expand access to finance for agribusinesses, and strengthen infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses. In addition, it will promote sustainable farming practices aimed at improving food security and resilience to climate change. The project is expected to stimulate employment opportunities, especially for women and young people, while deepening Nigeria's position in regional and global agricultural markets. The Debt Management Office, DMO, has denied reports that the federal government spent 611.71 billion naira in March 2025, servicing its first ever US dollar-denominated bond issued in the domestic capital market. In a statement issued on Monday, the DMO clarified that the figure had been wrongly attributed. It explained that the 611.71 billion naira represented the total debt service for all outstanding federal government bonds during the period, excluding the US dollar bond. The clarification comes amid growing scrutiny of Nigeria's debt profile and repayment obligations. The DMO noted that accurate information on bond issuance and servicing is always made publicly available through its official reports. It urged stakeholders and the media to rely on verified data to avoid misleading interpretations of government debt operations. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has commenced work on a new framework for the country's payments ecosystem, unveiling the Nigeria Payment System Vision 2028, PSV 2028. The initiative, which succeeds the soon-to-expire PSV 2025, is designed to guide the evolution of Nigeria's digital financial system over the next 3 years. It will focus on deepening financial inclusion, driving innovation, and enhancing the country's global competitiveness in digital finance. According to the Apex Bank, PSV 2028 will align Nigeria's financial services with international best practices while ensuring growth, resilience, and sustainability across the sector. Speaking at the inaugural meeting of the PSV 2028 Project Committee in Lagos, Director of the Payment System Policy Department, PSPD, Mr. Musa Itopa Jimo, described the project as a national assignment. He noted that the initiative has the potential to transform how individuals, businesses, and government institutions engage with financial services. The CBN added that PSV 2028 will serve as the blueprint for advancing Nigeria's digital payments ecosystem. The Chief Executive of the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Binga Komolafe, has revealed that Nigeria is adopting safeguards from costly global divestment experiences to protect its oil and gas sector. Komolafe disclosed that the Commission has already secured more than $400 million in decommissioning liabilities while strengthening rules governing oil and gas asset transfers. He said the move aims to ensure that host communities and the government are not burdened with environmental or financial risks when international oil companies exit projects. The NUPRC chief made this known on Monday while addressing participants at the Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, NETI. He was represented at the event by Efemona Basi, Deputy Director, Human Resources, Corporate Services and Administration. Speaking on the theme, divestment, liabilities and the impact of ongoing reforms on extractive industries in Nigeria, Komolafe stressed that ongoing reforms will strengthen accountability, safeguard investments, and support sustainable development in Nigeria's upstream petroleum industry. The federal government has released the full list of 26 trade areas approved under its revised technical education curriculum, set to take effect from the 2025-2026 academic session. In a statement issued on Wednesday, the Federal Ministry of Education confirmed that all federal science and technical colleges will be converted to federal technical colleges under the new policy. The announcement was jointly made by Education Minister Dr. Maruf Alausa and Minister of State Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad. According to the ministry, each college will be mandated to offer between 6 and 10 trade courses, while students will be required to study 9 or 10 subjects. These will include 1 core trade subject, 5 to 6 general subjects, 2 to 3 trade-related subjects, and 1 elective. Director of Press and Public Relations, Bon Folashade, said, the reform is aimed at strengthening Nigeria's technical manpower base and equipping young people with employable skills. The approved trade area spans engineering, ICT, applied sciences, businesses, and creative industries. Fuel loading operations across Nigeria resumed on Wednesday after the Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, reached an agreement with the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. The breakthrough followed a 2-day strike that had paralyzed fuel distribution nationwide. NUPENG workers shut down depots and other petroleum facilities on Monday and Tuesday in protest against the refinery's alleged restrictions on workers' union activities. Confirming the resolution, NUPENG President Williams Akporeha said on Wednesday that all facilities previously closed by the union had been reopened. The agreement was signed late Tuesday night after a marathon reconciliation meeting convened by the Federal Ministry of Labor, Employment and Productivity. Both parties were expected to commit to a memorandum of understanding to prevent a recurrence of the dispute. The resumption of operations is expected to ease concerns over fuel scarcity and restore stability to petroleum supply across the country. The Nigeria Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has called for greater financial contributions from government agencies, airlines, and other key beneficiaries of its services, stressing that sustainable funding is vital to mitigate weather-related disasters nationwide. Speaking at the 2025 Stakeholders Engagement Forum held in Lagos on Wednesday, NIMET Director General Professor Charles Anosike said the agency could no longer rely solely on federal subventions to meet the rising demand for its critical weather and climate services. He explained that NIMET forecasts and data play a central role in safeguarding agriculture, real estate, aviation, and the environment. However, sustaining and improving these services requires ongoing investment in advanced technology, infrastructure, and the continuous training of personnel. Analysts emphasized that weather events are becoming increasingly unpredictable, and proactive investment in NIMET's operations will help Nigeria reduce economic losses and protect lives. The forum brought together policymakers, industry leaders, and stakeholders to deliberate on strengthening collaboration and securing the resources needed to enhance NIMET's role in national development and climate resilience. This is the World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll be right back.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. there is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Welcome back. Ghana has agreed to receive West African nationals deported from the United States in a move aimed at fostering regional solidarity and supporting smooth reintegration for citizens of the sub-region. President John Dramani Mahama explained that the decision reflects Ghana's commitment to West Africa's free movement framework, which allows nationals to travel and reside across member states without visa restrictions. The government has already facilitated the safe travel of 14 returnees, including Nigerians and a Gambian, and worked to ensure they were assisted in reconnecting with their respective home countries. Officials say the initiative is not only about managing deportations, but also about providing humane reception and helping affected individuals reintegrate into society. By taking this approach, Ghana demonstrates leadership in balancing migration management with regional cooperation. Experts note that such measures could strengthen the economic community of West African states' integration goals, while also opening opportunities for collaboration on skills, labor mobility, and human capital development across the sub-region. South Africa's current account deficit widened to 1.1% of gross domestic product in the second quarter of 2025, according to new figures from the South African Reserve Bank. The gap, valued at 82.8 billion rand, reflects lower export earnings during the April-June period, particularly in goods, while imports held more stable. Despite the shortfall, analysts note that South Africa continues to maintain a healthy trade surplus, which stood at 177.1 billion rand for the quarter. This demonstrates the country's ability to sustain positive trade flows, even as global commodity prices and international demand fluctuate. Economists see this as evidence of resilience, with opportunities for the country to diversify its exports and strengthen value-added industries. Government and private sector stakeholders are expected to respond with strategies that encourage stronger export competitiveness, expanded manufacturing, and deeper regional trade integration. These reforms are aimed at not only narrowing the current account deficit, but also positioning South Africa as a more robust hub for investment and industrial growth within the continent. And now, India's information technology industry is preparing for major shifts as the United States considers a new outsourcing tax targeting companies that hire overseas workers. The proposed 20% levy, introduced under the HIRE Act, seeks to encourage local hiring in America, but has raised concern among Indian firms that supply critical technology services to global corporations. Analysts say the bill, even if diluted, could reshape how American businesses contract Indian software providers. Many companies may delay signing new deals or renegotiate pricing to account for higher costs, while India's $283 billion technology sector, which contributes more than 7% to its GDP, faces pressure to adapt its delivery models. Large players such as Tata Consultancy Services, Infosys, HCL Tech, and Wipro are expected to intensify their engagement with clients to safeguard long-term contracts. Industry experts believe lobbying efforts, legal challenges, and strategic adjustments in global capability centers could reduce the impact. Still, the debate highlights a growing trend towards localized production and workforce alignment. For India, the development signals both a challenge and an opportunity to innovate, expand digital capabilities, and strengthen its role as a trusted technology partner in a changing global economy. Also, India is set to introduce a national carbon capture initiative with major government-backed incentives to help industry curb emissions while ensuring energy security. According to the government's policy think tank, Niti Aayog, the program will support carbon capture, utilization and storage (CCUS) technologies with funding covering between 50% and 100% of select projects. The move signals a new phase in India's energy transition strategy, balancing climate commitments with its reliance on coal. Officials explained that CCUS will be integrated into coal-based systems to reduce emissions and support projects like coal-to-gas conversion, which would cut natural gas imports by nearly half. Despite coal remaining a central part of India's energy mix for the next 2 decades, policymakers say the focus is on sustainable usage and innovation. The government also plans to expand coal capacity by 97% by 2035, while targeting 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel power by 2030. Experts note that India's push aligns with global momentum around CCUS, highlighted by the International Energy Agency as a key tool in achieving net zero goals. By combining clean energy expansion with advanced emissions technology, India is positioning itself to meet rising energy demand while accelerating towards a low-carbon future. Taiwan's cabinet on Thursday approved a special budget bill worth 550 billion new Taiwan dollars, that is $18 billion, to strengthen the island's resilience against both economic and security threats. The funds, which will require approval from the opposition-controlled parliament, will provide support for industries affected by the United States' newly imposed 20% tariff and include direct cash handouts to citizens. A major portion of the package, 150 billion new Taiwan dollars, is earmarked for defense initiatives, including the procurement of Coast Guard patrol vessels, development of drones, and upgrades to the military's command and control systems. Defense Minister Wellington Koo emphasized that the investment could enhance Taiwan's combat readiness and ensure operational resilience as tensions with China intensify. The cabinet said the measures were designed to safeguard Taiwan's economy while reinforcing its national security, positioning the island to better withstand both external economic shocks and increasing military pressure from Beijing. A senior member of South Korea's central bank board has urged additional interest rate cuts to stimulate economic growth, which remains subdued despite recent signs of improvement. Lee Soon-young, a member of the Bank of Korea's 7-seat Monetary Policy Board, said on Thursday that policy measures were needed to ease persistent downward pressure on the economy. He warned, however, that monetary easing must be implemented carefully to avoid undermining financial stability, cautioning that excessive cuts could destabilize markets. His comments highlight growing concerns within the central bank about weak domestic demand, sluggish exports, and ongoing global uncertainty. The remarks comes ahead of the Bank of Korea's next policy meeting, where discussions on rate adjustments are expected to dominate. Switzerland is considering new industrial investments in the United States to ease trade tensions and deepen economic cooperation. A key part of the plan is to expand gold refining capacity in America, an initiative that could help balance trade flows and create new opportunities for growth in both countries. Officials and industry leaders have been holding talks on how best to respond to recent tariffs, with proposals centered on building a refinery or boosting processing facilities with the U.S. economy. By meeting more American demand for refined gold locally, Switzerland hopes to reduce the trade imbalance while supporting value-added production. The move is also seen as a way to reinforce long-term industrial collaboration and generate employment in host communities. Beyond precious metals, discussions also extend to pharmaceuticals, energy, and industrial goods. Swiss companies are exploring ways to meet U.S. demand directly through increased local production, while Bern is preparing to expand procurement of American products, including energy and defense supplies. These measures, experts say, reflect a broader strategy to transform trade challenges into opportunities, foster mutual investment, and build a more resilient global supply chain between the two nations. This is still World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Welcome back. Britain's new Business and Trade Secretary, Peter Kyle, has reopened trade talks with China during a visit to Beijing, the first such engagement since 2018. Speaking on Thursday, Kyle described China as unignorable due to its global economic weight, but stressed that improved commercial ties depended on resolving disputes such as the standoff over new embassy approvals. The talks, held under the UK-China Joint Economic and Trade Commission, JETCO, marked a reset in bilateral economic dialogue after years of strained relations. Kyle, who assumed office last week, said Britain aims to unlock trade barriers worth £1 billion over the next 5 years, focusing on sectors such as agriculture, autos, and professional services. The renewed discussions signal London's attempt to balance geopolitical tensions with economic opportunities, even as concerns over security and diplomatic frictions linger in the background. Mexico has announced plans to raise tariffs on automobiles from China and other Asian countries to 50%, as part of a sweeping overhaul of import levies. According to reports, the measure is designed to protect local jobs, while analysts suggest it also aims to ease trade tensions with the United States, Mexico's largest trading partner. The Economy Ministry said the tariff hikes will extend beyond automobiles, affecting multiple sectors, including textiles, steel, and other manufactured goods. Overall, the measures are expected to impact imports worth about $52 billion. The government framed the move as a strategy to defend domestic industry against cheap imports that could undercut Mexican manufacturers. However, Trade experts believe it is also a political response to U.S. concerns about Chinese companies using Mexico as a backdoor to access North American markets under the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. The new tariffs, once implemented, are set to reshape Mexico's trade landscape and could trigger reactions from affected Asian countries. U.S. President Donald Trump has halted the deportation of hundreds of South Korean workers employed at a Hyundai LG battery plant following an immigration enforcement raid, the Financial Times reported, citing South Korean officials. The workers, who were detained over alleged visa violations, have now been proposed by Trump to remain in the United States temporarily to help train American employees at the facility. The move underscores the administration's balancing act between tightening immigration rules and maintaining critical supply chains, particularly in the electric vehicle and clean energy sectors. South Korean officials welcomed the decision, describing it as a pragmatic step to safeguard U.S.-Korea industrial cooperation while avoiding disruptions to the battery plant's operations. The United States economy is showing signs of resilience as consumer prices recorded modest increases in August, reinforcing expectations of a strategic interest rate cut by the Federal Reserve. Analysts noted that the 0.3% rise in the consumer price index reflects the impact of higher energy costs and tariffs, but remains within a manageable range for long-term stability. Economists believe the moderation in price pressures creates room for policies that can stimulate growth while protecting households from excessive costs. Food and energy prices have contributed to recent increases, but underlying inflation remains steady, pointing to an environment where businesses and consumers can better plan ahead. Experts stress that this phase provides an opportunity to balance fiscal measures with monetary easing, helping sustain demand and support job creation. The Federal Reserve is expected to use this moment to implement measured rate cuts, a move aimed at encouraging investment, boosting consumer confidence, and strengthening productivity. With careful management, the economy is positioned to turn short-term challenges from tariffs and supply constraints into opportunities for growth, ensuring that both businesses and families benefit from a more stable and inclusive economic landscape. Global oil supplies surged to a record high in August, the International Energy Agency, IEA, said on Thursday as OPEC Plus and non-member countries ramped up production, keeping prices under pressure despite strong demand. 8 core members of OPEC Plus, including Saudi Arabia and Russia, have been steadily raising output since April after years of supply curbs. The group announced another production hike on Sunday, reinforcing its strategy to balance market share with price stability. Outside the cartel, producers such as the United States, Brazil, Canada, Guyana, and Argentina are also pumping at near record levels. The IEA noted that this expansion has created a looming surplus, putting a lead on price gains even amid geopolitical uncertainties. Analysts warn that if the trend continues, global oil prices could soften further, testing the resilience of producers heavily reliant on higher revenues. And now, Anthony Joshua has reignited calls for a long-awaited showdown with Tyson Fury, taking aim at his heavyweight rival while confirming his plans for a return to the ring. The former 2-time world champion used Instagram on Tuesday to criticize Fury, branding him a DP mate and accusing him of avoiding competitive matchups. Joshua contrasted Fury's approach with the likes of Joshua Parker and Fabio Wardley, who he praised for actively seeking big fights rather than waiting on opportunities. Fury, the reigning WBC champion, is yet to respond publicly. Talks of a Joshua Fury mega fight have repeatedly collapsed in the past, but Joshua's fresh call-outs suggest the rivalry remains very much alive as he plots his comeback to the heavyweight scene. Nottingham Forest are facing a major injury concern ahead of Saturday's Premier League clash with Arsenal after defender Ola Aina limped out of Nigeria's 1-1 draw with South Africa on Tuesday. The Super Eagles fullback lasted just 10 minutes of the World Cup qualifier before signaling to the bench and walking off with a suspected hamstring problem. His visible frustration has heightened fears he could miss Forest's trip to the Emirates. The setback comes in a turbulent week for the club, which parted ways with head coach Nuno Espirito Santo and confirmed former Tottenham boss as his replacement. Should I not be ruled out, Postecoglou may have to reshuffle his backline early into his tenure. Nico Williams could slot in at right back, while untested youngster Nicolo Savona is on option on the left. Loan signing Alexander Zinchenko, meanwhile, is ineligible to feature against his parent club Arsenal. Forest will be hoping for positive fitness news as they prepare for a difficult away test. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here is a recap of today's stories. The federal government and Germany and European Union launched 18.3 million euros project to boost agriculture and jobs in Nigeria. CBN unveils Nigeria Payment System Vision 2028 to boost digital finance. Ghanaian government agrees to receive West African nationals deported from the United States. Minister Peter Kyle says UK resumes long-stalled trade talks with China after 6 years. Anthony Joshua renews calls for Tyson Fury showdown as he confirms ring plans. Many thanks for watching. You can follow us on all our socials at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Have a good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, schools debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin, and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges, and somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have being a Pied Piper. trying to get up all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without... I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress. How would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. that goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler, and I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague, who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians, They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. We can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikena Ndagoba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you are the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. Then they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radidididu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody. They will do a census. They will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time, to come and man the station, because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there, still alive, let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder. He came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now, and we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. the image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere, I think on one of the channels, when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight, that wasn't really what happened. And that, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state, asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, the special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, and I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have? Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either the other one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and applied this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into powder at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but the Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family would not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief, Folami Koka, was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Obaoyekon. And someone then said, well, Yetu, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yetu, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yetu of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. You only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa. Iti whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed. And they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was the prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I said the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Ichekiri pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Tekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I'm very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.